Hello, welcome, good afternoon to the SFScon Track 3, Society and Culture for this afternoon. Quickly, an introduction on how this works. We have 15 minutes per speaker, so we connect to the speakers and then they have 15 minutes for the presentation, including the questions. So I have to ask the speakers to be precise. When you watch this on the streaming, on the website of the SFScon, you can chat into the chat your questions and we will ask him to the speaker. You should ask them a bit before so that we have the time to forward this question to them. But let me introduce now the first speaker, Flavia Marzano, about the history of free software adoption in Italian public administrations, what has been done and what is still missing. For the last 20 years, Italian public administrations introduced a lot of rules, norms, regulation for adoption of free software in the public administration. Many local public administrations have adopted them to their subject. So we do here now a critical review on this and some comment about the current situation. Flavia?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, I try to, starting from the story in order to avoid to make the same mistakes, even if it is a bit harder, as I would say, but never stop laughing. So I love very much acronym, and this is one that I give for you. Who am I? Well, I'm a computer scientist. I'm working since, let's say, 30 years in these tags, and open source is one of my tags. By the way, I'm also vice president of Libre Italia, so I'm working since that. More than 20 years, we would say that in April 1941, a law said that public administration have the copyright on works created and published under their name. Work, software is exactly the same issue. So 1941. But coming back to new times, 2002, Fiorello Cortiana and Pietro Folena, one was a senator and the other one was a deputy. They put on a law saying that we should adopt some more open source software in public administration. After those guys, also the first minister of innovation in Italy, set up a commission for open source software in public administration. Was chaired by Angelo Raffaele Meo. I'm sure that you know him very well. And we produced there a survey on open source software, which was the base for this directive in 2003 from the Minister Stanca, saying that in buying software, public administration should first of all make a comparative technical and economic assessment. After that, a couple of years ago, regions began to make some regional law, starting from the first one, which was in Tuscany, and going on until 8 years ago, other regions adopting free software, preferably. And then another norm in 2005, the Codice di Amministrazione Digitale, so-called CAD, began with it is the first law having free software written in. So what was the Article 68? Public administration acquired computer programs have to make comparative technical and economic evaluation. On what? On some issue and also on free and open source software. Okay, so they have to make an analysis, a comparison from both the technological and economical point of view. And the Article 69, talking about reuse and open source solutions and standard. So public administration are obliged to make the relative source code available when the software is made by their own initiatives. So they have to put it on site and put it available for use. The second Mayo Commission, set up by another minister, Luigi Nicolais, and in this commission, also they're starting from a European scenario analysis, and then definition of guidelines to support administration in procurement on free software. So still there, 13 years ago, we had the rules, the norms, and even the guideline to do that. So then after those, some municipalities, as I saw, I was in Rome municipalities until 1 year ago, and I put on a norm saying that local public administration, Rome, had to use preferably open source solutions. We installed 14,000 LibreOffice licenses, and we uninstalled more than 7,000 Office licenses, which was not in use for more than 6 months. Nobody complained, so they didn't use it. More than 7,000 Office licenses. And they didn't use it, but they bought it. So we should think about that. We switched off from the previous proprietary license software for accounting to an open source accounting software. Zimbra as an email account, and well, I left in September 2019, and I hope they will continue. I'm not so sure, but I hope that. In May last year, the Agenzia per l'Italia Digitale set up the guidelines for acquisition and reuse again. So we have everything to do that. But you probably saw the letter by Professor Mayo to the Minister Azzolina in June this year, saying that they should be much more aware against the GAFAM, let's say, so to be shorter. And he was stressing again that there is an assessment, a comparative assessment required by the Codice dell'Amministrazione Digitale at Article 68. Still there, but is yesterday or today, I saw that Minister Azzolina made an agreement with Apple. I wouldn't say, I would add anything else to that. Looking at the European Commission, starting from 2020. So now we are working also on transformation on the strategy for open source software. And a couple of weeks ago, maybe 1 month, no more, the open source software strategy in Europe, 2020-2023, saying that open source software combines copyright and the license to grant user the freedom to run the software, to study and modify and share everything that we already know. And they say it facilitates collaboration, innovation, and agility. In the same document, you see great revelation, really good use of public money, really. Freedom of choice, avoid getting locked in. We know that. We know and we say that since 20 years ago. Make easy to reuse, interoperability, efficiency. This means that everyone can benefit. Wow, they know it in Europe. Still in Europe, they know it. The Commission said that's enrich society and focus on lowering costs to that society. And they're talking about impact to digital autonomy of Europe. Open source is independent of company and countries and minimize the risk of vendor lock-in. What do we need more than that? If you saw the strategy for technological innovation and digitization of the country, 2025, there is no one single word talking about open source, never quoted. The use is quoted just twice. I'm a bit worried about that. So what can be done? First of all, I think we should come back and make an analysis on how many and which public administration have no open source solutions, and mainly on the motivation of their choice. They must write the motivation why they choose this software instead of the other one, which is closed and not open source. And I make a proposal. So why don't we force public administration in putting in the section amministrazione trasparente, transparent administration, which is a must for all public administration. They must have this section in their sites. I propose to include obligation to publish the motivation why public administration choose proprietary software instead of open source software. Now it's time to team up. I think that maybe this is the worst thing we are not so very keen on in working together in a team. Also, if we are all concerned and deeply convinced about the importance of open source in public administration, we still need to team up. We have to go forward. The path is traced, the norms, everything is ready. We should go on. Of course, the street is not easy, but we should do it together. Being optimistic, I found a sentence from the President of European Commission. It may be too late to replicate hyperscalers, but it is not too late to achieve technological sovereignty in some critical technology areas. So the technological sovereignty, we should be able to do it. Even the president of European said that. So together, that's my strong opinion on that. Together we can do it. We cannot, never, we don't have to give up. And well, I'm here if there is some question, and you can find me there. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you very much, Flavia. We don't have any questions yet, but I would have a question. So where do you think this starts? Could it be that using open source already starts in education? Because I see a lot of projects being in the public administrations for several years, and then they are kind of rolled back, and then comes another one, and they restart again. So what is your opinion about this?
Well, it's what the American people called not invented here syndrome. So they re-begin every time. The change of management, the change of politicians, and they come back and reinvent the wheels. It's something that we should help to do that. We should help them to avoid that, and we should do it together. I don't know how many Italian and European association, foundation on free software are. There are so many, and we should be able to do it in team, because GAFAM are stronger to do that. We should do it together.
Bring them together. Okay, thank you very much, Flavia.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, so we are almost finished. I would say we stop here and wait then for the next speaker then. See you then. Hello again to the SFScon Track 3 Society and Culture with the next talk, which is about GOffice 2.0. This is the new open source architecture for the digitalization of 117 municipalities in South Tyrol. GOffice 2.0 will be the open source foundation for the development of digital services and for the back office digitalization of those municipalities for at least the next 10 to 15 years. So we are curious to hear more about this project from Michele Theis from the Südtiroler Gemeindeverband. Hello, Michele.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. So yeah, I'm Michele Theis. I'm responsible for the software department of the Südtiroler Gemeindeverband, Consorzio Comuni della Provincia di Bolzano. As we already said, I will present you our most important project for the next years, GOffice 2.0. And we want to build a new open source architecture for the digitalization of the municipalities in South Tyrol. Just 2 words about our company, about our association. We are the Association of the Municipalities in South Tyrol. We represent 116 municipalities, 7 district communities, and serve about 5,000 users. As IT department, we manage the whole infrastructure, whole IT infrastructure for the municipalities. We manage the servers, the systems, the networks. We manage third-party software, and we develop in-house the software for our clients. And for all the infrastructure, we provide a help desk. So let's talk about our project. What's the current situation? Now we have a legacy software for the management of the most important administrative procedures of the municipalities. This legacy software has been written about 10 years ago in Delphi 2010. So it's not up to date anymore. It's quite old technology. It's not web-based. It has a limited interoperability and a limited compliance to current laws. So we are forced to rewrite it, to rebuild it, to be up to date. We found a sponsor for our project. The sponsor is the European Community. It's financed by the European Regional Development Fund, the ERDF. The budget is more than 960,000 euros. And our main goal is to build an architecture, a software for all the 116 municipalities and 7 district communities. And we want to build it following the principle public money, public code. So all the software will be produced and published as an open source software, as an open source product. So let's talk about the goals in detail. So we want to re-engineer the legacy software. We don't want to migrate it, but we want rather to build it new from scratch. We want to use the state-of-the-art technology. It will be Java-based, and we want to design it component-based, modular, very flexible, based on services and microservices. The software will be database independent, so you can choose if you want to connect with a commercial database like Oracle, for example, or an open source database like Postgres. And as an open source software, we want even to put this software, this project, into the Italian National Reuse Catalog in order to make the software available for all the municipalities in Italy, for all the public administration in Italy. So everyone can reuse our software and can extend it. Then we would like to achieve an extended interoperability of our system. We need to interact with legacy systems that we have in-house. We need to connect to e-government portals in South Tyrol, but even in Italy. We need to connect to document management systems, to the digital identity, to the national digital identity of Italy, to the SPIT, and to big platforms of the government in Italy like PagoPA, which is the digital payments platform for the whole Italy. Security and privacy is very important for us, so we want to design it compliance to all the current security and privacy laws. Our new product will be completely GDPR compliant. It will be web-based, mobile, responsive, and most of all, it's important during this COVID crisis, it should be ready for smart working. So the employees can use our software from a tablet, from a mobile phone, from the desktop at home, or from the desktop in the office. And then we want to extend our product not only to the back office, but even to the citizen. We want to achieve an end-to-end digitalization of all the administrative procedures. That means that a citizen can log in with his SPIT on a web form. He can fill out this form and can submit his inquiry to the back office. The data will automatically feed our databases and our software and will start the necessary workflow to manage the whole process. That's our project plan. From November 2020 to September 21, we'll start with the public procurement because we don't have all the internal resources to produce the software by ourselves. We need a good company that can help us to develop the software we need. We'll start then with the analysis and the definition of architectural standards. And then in September 21 until September 22, we will begin with the setup of the core architecture. We will develop the software foundation. So all the main components, the basic components, the functional components and the technical components that will build our architecture and our software. Then from June 22 to April 23, we will develop 2 online services, 2 end-to-end completely digitalized procedure between the citizen and the municipality. So it's an open source product. It's an open source project, so we want to involve the software market. We want to involve it through the public procurement, but we want to set up an open source community. We will deliver a landing page for the product, for the project. We'll set up a discussion group, and we will set up a development group for the community. Because this project is not only a project for the next years, but it's a long-term project to 2030. We want to extend it. We want to evolve and continuously improve our architecture and our software in order to maximize the digitalization and efficiency of the municipalities in South Tyrol. So we need the help of the community, of course, and if you are interested in our project, in our community, and want to work with us, please contact us at this email address, goffice20@gvcc.net. So that's all. Thank you for attention, and I'm ready here to answer your questions.
Thank you, Michele, for this presentation. Indeed, we do have a question, and the question from the community is your solution based on existing open source projects, and how do you ensure that your modifications get used by international audience?
Yes, so we had to design the architecture, so we haven't chosen the products yet. But I think we will use the main open source standard on the market. And what was the second question? Sorry.
No, this was the question. So which which existing open source projects you are going to use, and
Yes.
how you ensure that the modifications are get used by an international audience, so that your product is kind of being reused, for example, for other regions or municipalities or whatever.
Yes, as I already told in my presentation, we will put it in the national catalog, and of course we will deliver the code on this national catalog of reuse, and we will publish the software on the Git.
Mm-hmm. Will there be a continuing development, or do you put it just there and leave it as it is, just published, hoping that someone will reuse it?
No, we will continue the improvement and the development for the next 10 years, of course.
And there is another question. Can you tell anything about the size of this implementation? How many workstations?
Yes, we have potentially 5,000 users in the municipalities. So that's our target. And about 10 to 20 administrative procedures to cover.
All right. Thank you very much, Michele.
Thank you.
So we stop here and then continue in a few minutes with the next talk. Thank you very much.
Yes, goodbye and have a good time following the SFScon.
Thank you. Bye. We continue on track 3 of the SFScon in the afternoon. Next talk will be about, also this one, about public money, public code, as we heard in the previous speech. This time a bit on a more global scale, because global problems need global solutions. As you know, free software enables a global cooperation in code development, and proprietary solutions, they inevitably lead to countless isolated solutions. So this is a waste of energy. And as we see, for example, in critical situations on COVID-19, global cooperation is needed. So the campaign framework of public money, public code might be the right choice to promote free software. So no matter if you want to do it as individual or as group, no matter if you have a small or a large time of budget. We do hear more about this from Alexander Sender of the Free Software Foundation Europe. Alexander.
Hello, I hope you can hear and see me.
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So,
and see you.
Wonderful. Okay, because I lost my connection just a second ago. However, thanks for having me and giving me the chance to talk about our public money, public code campaign. And also in the next 15 minutes, I will tell you more about the role of free software during the Corona crisis and what happened in the last months. So the Free Software Foundation Europe is a charity that empowers people to control technology, and we do believe that this is done with free software. And in order to give you a first quick idea of free software, I have this comic for you. I guess you are all familiar with the US nuclear chain of command and the red button. But the main question with this red button is who installed the red button and what does this red button do? So as you can see, transparency is a strong argument, especially for governments and administrations when it comes to software. And here, free software plays a crucial role as the code is transparent and everybody can see what a software does and thus, for example, see what a red button does. So, but for free software comes with more freedoms. We have 4 freedoms for free software, and it is about using, studying, sharing, and improving. So this means the 4 freedoms guarantee you that you can use the software for any purpose without any restrictions. You can study the code. It is transparent, so it can be analyzed by anyone, so you can see what the red button does. You can share the software without any limitations or restrictions. Also, the price doesn't matter. So the free in free software is not related to free beer. You can also earn money with free software, and loads of companies already do this. And last but not least, you are free to modify the software to improve it. And by thus, you are also giving it back to the community, and so everybody can participate. So whenever we have these 4 freedoms to use, study, share, and improve, then it is free software, also sometimes called open source, free and open source software, and so on. Important it is that it is about these 4 freedoms. And now the question is, why should governments, why should you support free software? And especially for governments, there is a very important point, because it's about, I guess you heard of it, the buzzword around digital sovereignty. And in order to establish trustworthy systems, public bodies must ensure they have the full control over the software and the computer systems they are using. And by thus, for example, transparency is really important to give public bodies this sovereignty in order to prove if a software really does what it does, and that there are no backdoors, for example. Also, it's about public money. It's about taxpayers' money. So public bodies are financed through taxes. And so that's why they must make sure that they spend the funds in the most efficient way. And for example, don't reinvent the wheel again and again. To make it more concrete, we will look at some problems proprietary software and then compare it to free software in order to give you a better overview of what happens these days, especially when it comes to software and administrations. So first of all, there's a problem is interoperability. Normally, if you have proprietary software, then you are in a closed system, and it's not possible to share, for example, data easily or information easily. So it's hard to work together with other systems, for example. And also, you're in a vendor login, which means you always have to go back to this one vendor if you, for example, want to change in the software, if you want to update something or upgrade, or if you want to have modifications. So once you are in this vendor login, there is no free market for you afterwards anymore. And this leads also to unpredictable costs for maintenance, for example, or for updating and upgrading, because you never know what will be the price for this in a few years. And also, as there are no other companies who could help you here, you always have to go back to this one vendor. And by that, they can also make a price however they wish. And also, especially if we've seen during the Corona crisis, I will talk about this in a few minutes, there is a low acceptance by citizens when it comes to proprietary software, because citizens don't see what the software does, and by this, they don't see if, for example, fundamental rights are respected. And also, your investments are still directly lost, because if you, for example, invest your money in a license, then these funds are away, and you can't invest, for example, in the improvement of the software. And by that, it's another argument around the cost argument. So yes, and so sorry. Okay, and as well, there are some security issues. As you can see what the software does, and as you can see the code, there might be backdoors, for example, and by that you have some security issues. And so on the other hand, we have the solution-free software, which comes due to open standards with interoperability by default. So there's no vendor login. You have the independence through the free licenses, so the 4 freedoms I just mentioned in the very beginning. Also, by that, you can collaborate and share risk and cost, and also can work together in order to improve the software. Also, it's transparent by default, so there is a high acceptance by the citizens, as we've seen, for example, around the tracing apps. You can involve local partners, which is also quite good, because you don't have to go vendor abroad, but you can, come back to local partners or regional partners who could help here in order to improve your software, for example. And also you have this transparent code, which gives everybody the chance to see what the software does, and by this also make a software more secure. In general, free software is not secure by default, but it gives you the chance, it gives everybody the chance to check for any security issues, as the code is transparent, and by that you are also free to fix it immediately. So here again, you don't have to go back to a vendor and ask for a security fix, for example. You can do it by your own, as we have these free licenses. So, and also, which I think is really interesting, governments are amongst the largest purchasers of information or of IT goods and services, and they comprise up to 27% of the revenue of software firms. And which sounds like a strong player in the market, is in reality a really fragmented player. So normally administrations are procuring software by their own, they are not collaborating, they are not sharing, and by that it's not really a strong player on the market, but a very fragmented. And so just think about how our software landscape would look like if these governments would work together and share risk, cost, and improvement of software. And also we've seen in the past, it also helps the local market if you invest in free software. For example, in France, they have a free software friendly regulation, and already this led to the fact that there is an increase of software companies using free software, more employees, more startups, and also a decrease in software patents. So you see, free software is not only good in terms of transparency for citizens, but also for your local IT market. Also, we see this in Barcelona, for example, where from 3,000 companies who worked with Barcelona in the last years, 60% of them have been small and medium enterprises. So the money is not going to big companies, but to small and medium enterprises from your region. So to sum up, free software, especially for governments, lead to a situation where you can strengthen your local IT market. You will have, in the end, a software which is tailored to your needs and not to a vendor's business model. And it's very efficient, as you don't have to reinvent the wheel again and again. So administrations are having more or less the same demands all over the world, and by thus they can share and collaborate and improve the software here together if they use free software. So there are many good reasons why governments should use free software. So, and now especially as we've seen during the Corona crisis, there we had a global problem, and also we have been desperately seeking for global solutions these days. And if we compare it again, so we have these global problems and the demands are very similar all over the world these days. And especially when it comes to software and also to hardware, but let's focus on software for now. Specific software was needed, for example, these tracing apps, but also for remote working. I think you also have occurred some problems in the last month. And again, as I just said, with these tracing apps. And so it's especially, as we've seen in this crisis, a good idea to have free software solutions in place or to look for innovative free software solutions. As we have these open standards, again, we have the interoperability and the independence through free licenses, and this gives us the power to collaborate and by thus foster innovation, because there is no sense that there are isolated solutions these days, but we have to tackle this global crisis together, and therefore free software is a key enabler for innovation when it comes to software. And especially as we've seen again with these tracing apps, there's a high acceptance by the citizens if the solution is transparent, especially when it comes to the collection of private data or privacy related information. And so that's why free software is again a key. And also, which is very important, again, you can involve all stakeholders, not just coders, but also experts in the health sector or education sector. And by thus you can foster innovation, collaborate, and share. And so now let's have a dedicated look at the app debate around the tracing apps, which happened in the last month worldwide. And in Europe, this debate started, I would say, in the beginning of the year, around February, March. And we stepped into this debate very early with a press release, and we demanded that these apps have to be used voluntarily, that they must respect fundamental rights, and also that they have to be free software in order, for example, to ensure that we can see that fundamental rights are respected. And these arguments have been well perceived in this time, and we reached out to decision makers all over Europe in order to convince them to release these tracing apps under a free software license. And just in May, the World Health Organization, for example, followed us, and they released some recommendations for these tracing apps, and said they need to be open source in order to ensure that everybody can use them, because just keep in mind that there are also some countries who don't have the time or the money or the resources in general to release such apps by their own. So they need to work together, but also especially when it comes to Europe and traveling across borders, for example, and then by that tracing across borders, it's a good idea to have a free software solution here in place in order to have this interoperability, for example, but also around security issues and fundamental rights issues. And also the European Union followed us in terms of the e-health network. So this is a network of the European Commission and the member states. And they also released a common toolbox for the member states in mid-April. And they also followed us in our arguments and said that these tracing apps have to be published under a free software license in order to maximize reusability, interoperability, audibility, and security. So they also followed us here on our arguments around security, for example, reusability and interoperability, which made us very happy that that the European Union in these times understood why it is so important to release these solutions as free software. And also in the last weeks, there have been the first attempts to connect these national tracing apps and to make sure that we can trace across borders. And so therefore, we see now in a practical term why it is so important to have free software. I see the moderator now.
We have 20 seconds left. If you want to find a conclusion word, we would have a question here, but we have very little time. So.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think you got the example why it is so important. It's about working together across borders, tracing across borders, and therefore we desperately need free software solutions for this interoperability. And now I'm also free for questions. Also, please feel free to send me email if I can't answer all questions right now.
I would invite all of you to go to St. Virtual, to the video conferencing system on SFScon.it, so you can maybe answer the question there, because a couple of participants may be there to talk directly with you.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Alexander.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello again on the track 3 Culture and Society of the SFScon. Now with a project called IDEE, the ID project, integrating data for energy efficiency. The energy consumption and efficiency of buildings is determined by multiple factors, and now here is a project on how to get to know them with the right infrastructure, and for visualizing and analyzing data relying on the open source system on top. So all this has been developed in a case study based on the municipality of Merano, and we do welcome Diego Calvanese from the Free University of Bolzano. Hello, Diego.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to present, as was announced, the IDEE project, which is a project about data integration in the energy sector. And IDEE is a project that aims at developing an innovative digital tool that is able to provide intuitive information about buildings with additional features, in particular those related to the energy consumption. And the system is dedicated to public administrations. That's the purpose of the system, to be used by public administrations. And it will help this administration to manage energy efficiency policies, in particular to define strategies for energy efficiency, which is an important task that public administrations have, to monitor the implemented measures in a timely way, and to raise awareness also with the citizens about this important problem. The partners in these projects are 3GIS, which is an SME who is also coordinating with, which is located in Merano, who is also coordinating the project. Then the energy provider Alperia, and the Free University of Bolzano with the data integration team. And I represent here the Free University of Bolzano. I'm a partner, as a partner in the project. The project started in end of 2018 officially. However, the official agreement with the province, the project is funded with public funding, was only signed a year later. And the project is scheduled to last till September 2021. So it has a total duration of 36 months. It was, as I was saying, funded with the SFScon. The total budget is around $500,000, a bit more, but the external funding with public funds is around 400,000 euros. Now, what are the roles of the three project partners in the project? Alperia is the energy provider and also provides the data about energy consumption, and specifically the energy items that we consider is electricity, gas, and remote heating. Also, Alperia is responsible for data anonymization and data cleaning, specifically, for example, with respect to addresses, which need to be made uniform. And it also designs the database for the energy consumption. R3GIS is an SME which is specialized in geographic information systems. And in fact, it enters the project providing the EcoGIS platform, which is a platform that has been specifically developed already to collect data on the energy consumption of buildings. And it provides some tools to monitor public buildings, lighting, and other sources for CO2. A major difficulty, however, that R3GIS has is that currently the data about buildings, the energy data about buildings, must be entered and prepared manually every year. And this is a huge effort. And that's why this project, the IDEE project, is relevant and comes into the picture. In fact, UniBZ, the Free University of Bolzano, provides in the project the technology to address specifically this problem that R3GIS has, namely the problem of integrating data about energy consumption. And the aim is to develop an innovative approach to integration, which is based on the technology of virtual knowledge graphs. And so to overcome this problem that, for example, R3GIS has of dealing manually with the data. So with the approach to integration that will be developed in IDEE, this task can be automatized and made flexible. Sorry, this is a wrong slide. In addition to the three partners, we have also a use case partner, which is not financed through a project, but which participates to the project, which is the municipality of Merano. And in fact, we will develop, and we are developing in IDEE a pilot based on the municipality of Merano. The idea is to test all the technologies developed on that case, but the technologies are more general. They're not specifically tailored towards this case. They can be replicated and that can be easily ported also to other realities. Now, municipalities and public administration need to govern certain situations, and they often adopt a model-driven approach that has to influence the data, that has to influence the reality. But from reality, one gets the actual data that allows to understand whether the policies, strategies, and best practices that are implemented are actually fulfilled. And so from the data that is generated by the reality that is governed, one can generate report summaries and get feedback. So this is a typical cycle on how data is managed in such a context. In taking all the data about the reality, this data needs to be integrated and made uniform. And this is a major issue. So data integration problem is relevant in all these situations. Now, in IDEA, what we propose is to adopt this innovative approach based on virtual knowledge graphs, where one establishes a so-called domain ontology, which is a conceptual representation of the domain of interest that provides also the vocabulary in terms of which one extracts the data and the information. And this data is then presented in the form of a virtual knowledge graphs. Now, the actual data comes from the sources, which are external heterogeneous data sources. So one needs to establish this connection between the ontology and the mappings. So essentially, between the ontology and the data sources, this is called a mapping. And this mapping specifies how to populate the ontology and the knowledge graphs, the so-called virtual knowledge graph that is generated from the data in the sources, so that the user can then query the ontology and the knowledge graph and obtain the information from the sources in this way. Now, how does this work specifically in the IDEA project? The idea is that the authorities, they work with energy consumption dashboards like the one that you see here. And they have various kinds of dashboards that provide them information. For example, here you see energy data divided according to sectors in various years. And what they want is they want to work with these dashboards, and they need to generate actually these dashboards and fill these dashboards with the actual data. So this is one requirement that administrations have in order to govern in this case, the energy domain. Now, another important aspect is fine-grained consumption charts that they obtain, for example, in using tools like these. But again, in order to obtain this data, one needs to populate it coming from the actual, needs to populate these charts with data coming from the actual sources. So what we are dealing with and what one is dealing with in this setting are different kinds of data sources. For example, the real estate registry database, which gives information about the various buildings where they are located, a topographic database, which gives information about the locations in which the buildings are, then census databases, and more importantly, energy consumption databases. So these are all play a role, and the data about all these databases needs to be used in a uniform way. However, all these different granularities and also the different data items are represented in different ways. So there are different data references. And there is a lot of manual effort, as I was mentioning before, in order to get all this data integrated and feed then these various dashboards and charts so that the governors can actually make use of them. This is the current situation, a manual effort which is error-prone and costs a lot of effort. It's time and cost-consuming. Now, the approach that we propose in IDEA is the one that I mentioned before, which is based on using, representing the various kinds of information that one needs to deal with in a so-called ontology, in a domain ontology. And specifically, what we use here is the data about the buildings, and specifically the so-called fascicolo del fabbricato, which is a comprehensive record that contains all the relevant data about buildings. In IDEA, we will concentrate on the data that is relevant for energy consumption. The fascicolo del fabbricato is a quite rich record that contains also additional information regarding the full construction of the building. Not all of this is relevant for the energy consumption. So we'll concentrate on those parts that are relevant for energy consumption. But what we do is we build a record, so-called record ontology, which is a domain ontology about this specific domain that represents the information in this building record. And according to this approach of integration based on VKGs, we map this ontology to the actual data sources in a declarative way. And overall, we build a so-called virtual knowledge graph systems that comprises these mappings and this ontology. And in this way, one can pose over this ontology the queries formulated in the language that the governors understand. So they can formulate so-called high-level queries without the need to deal with the actual details of the data sources. These queries then translated into queries to the actual data sources so that the information can be collected from the data sources, integrated automatically by this system in order to provide the answer that the authorities need in order to, for example, feed these charts and the various dashboards. So this is the approach that we are following in the IDEA project. Again, coming back to this picture, the abstract picture that I had before, the domain ontology is provided by the ontology of the building record. The various data sources are those that we have seen, for example, about energy consumption, but cadastral data and so on, and the mappings provide this connection. Now, technically, how does this work? So how is this, how are queries, these high-level queries that are posed over the ontology processed in a system? What we use is a so-called approach based on query formulation. So the query posed over the ontology is first rewritten into a query that compiles the knowledge of the ontology into the query itself. There's a high-level knowledge in this ontology that should be exploited. There's another second step that takes into account the mappings that unfolds the generated rewritten query with respect to these mappings. This unfolding then generates, for example, in the case where we have relational data sources, it will generate a SQL query that is, however, formulated over the various data sources. This SQL query can now be evaluated directly by the data source engines, and the relational answer that the data sources provide is then again transformed, taking into account again the information in the mappings in order to produce an answer that is coherent with the ontology. So what we call an ontological answer. That is now an answer that is provided in terms of the ontology, which is precisely what the users had queried. And in this way, we close the cycle. So from the high-level query, we obtain the answers in the way that the high-level users expected. Now, how is this technology realized? We use a platform that has been developed in the past 10 years at the Free University of Bolzano, which realizes precisely this VKG approach for integration. This platform is an open source system that is released under the Apache 2 license. It's compliant with all the standards of the W3C, so the semantic web standards, where this technology falls into, and it supports all relational databases. We are currently extending also to support additional kinds of data sources. As was mentioned, this development has been going on for the past 10 years. It's widely adopted now, and it's already used in many different research and industry projects. Now, what are the specific objectives of UniBZ, of our unit in this project? We are realizing, and we have already realized the first part of the domain ontology related to different parts. We have so far covered the energy data. We are now working on cadastral and geographical data and on construction data. We are carrying out the integration between the energy database and the other information sources through semantic mapping. So we are going to devise the semantic mappings. And we are also working on extending the current query languages on ontologies in order to take into account temporal and geospatial aspects. Especially the geospatial aspects are very important in this setting, but also temporal information is important because one is interested about the temporal evolution on, for example, consumption of data. I should mention that the ontology, together with the mappings, they represent an added value. These are a valuable information asset that also provides insight into the actual data stored in the various sources. That's all I wanted to say. I thank you for your attention. You see also the website of the project. So if you want also more information, you can consult also the website. Obviously, I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Diego. Indeed, we do have a question. We have a little short time, 20 seconds. Is this data accessible publicly?
We will make all the data publicly accessible, yes, obviously respecting all the privacy concerns, and that's a major issue because energy consumption data is related to single parties, is private, but we are working on this together with Alperia, and Alperia is anonymizing this data so that it becomes anonymous. We will make then the actual access to the system. Whether we will provide the fine-grained access to the data, this still needs to be decided.
All right.
But the system will be made accessible publicly.
Thank you very much, Diego. And so we see you on the next track in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome back at the Track 3 Society and Culture of the SFScon. We have now the next presentation. The next presentation will be about a little friend called Pepper. When you enter the Neue Tech Park, you may have noticed him. He's a little white robot welcoming visitors and offering some services. But there is more. Behind the scenes, there was an anonymous tracking of the data, and now we'll look deeper into this project and see which data has been collected and what are the first results of it. So we do welcome Andrea Janes from the Free University of Bolzano, Johannes Brunner from the Neue Tech Park, and of course Pepper himself. So, Janes, are we connected? Do we have a connection? We don't hear you.
You should hear us. You should hear me now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the possibility to present our project. Now I will share my screen. So here is our third speaker. You can see it is Pepper, and in our project you will hear what we did in the last year in our project. So I am presenting here together with Andrea Janes, which you will hear and see later in this presentation. And I would like to start with the motivation. So why a humanoid robot, and why this project? So in Neue Tech Park, we are fans of new technologies, and we would like to welcome all visitors with a humanoid robot. The robot Pepper is a robot of SoftBank Robotics, and instead of buying a prepared project of Pepper with his standard features, we decided to start with a project where we collaborate with the University of Bolzano and with students to develop a customized function. So in my presentation, I will begin with where we started. Andrea will explain where we are today with Pepper's functionalities and skills, and I will summarize finally where we want to go in future. So it all started around 2 years ago. With a definition of our goals, with a conception phase and the first ideas. And then we put together a team of 3 students supported by Professor Angelika Bär and Andrea Janes with the concept, which was implemented about in April, where we did also the first tests, the first experiments. We collected data, and the last phase is starting now, where we would like to iteratively improve Pepper. And now I will hand over to Andrea Janes, who explains you what are the skills of Pepper.
Yeah, hello. We thought to divide it in 4 areas, thinking about what you want to say to Pepper. So we wanted that Pepper helps you to find out what's going on at me, to find rooms, to find people, and also to have stuff where you can just play with or have some fun. So slides show you a screenshot of what appears on Pepper's display. For example, next slide, you see you can ask about Noi, like do studio presentation of the tech park, where how to go to Wi-Fi. And on the next slide, you see what you can ask Pepper to find: an office, a person, a company, or an event organizer. All these things you can see, or you click on it with the hand. here, just to go an application about it. The next screenshot, you see what you get as an answer on the display. Of course, Pepper will also, I mean, you ask Pepper, where can I get coffee? It will show you this. And the QR code, for example, you can get a map, which tells you exactly where you can go. And the next page is another example of this, that you often get this help. Or here, there is just back to the Wi-Fi that you have to open here. And I see also what happens if you ask Pepper, how about the weather tomorrow? What is tomorrow? You get that. If you want to search something like a this slide, you see we are going back to more traditional. It's hard to say to Pepper, where is of room A1.1.1. It's too complicated, so we have still some traditional spaces. But as an answer, next slide, you get indications how to go there, and again the QR code. The last example slide, this is what happens if you go to the phone program. You can click on one of these items and then things or something like that. So you see, we try to combine until now of a traditional user interface, but also a lot of these things, many of these things you can say. You can say, Pepper, can you do like or where is the cafeteria? Such things you can ask. Okay, I pass back to yeah.
So, and now I would like to show you where we are right now. So now, so we built the first version of Pepper, and we started to measure. To measure his behavior, his interaction with the user, with the human. And so the people passing by, mostly participants of events, but also visitors of Neue Tech Park, like school classes, like entrepreneur, they are curious and they start interacting. And what we are going to measure and what we already measured, it looks like this. So it is 98,000 raws of this kind of data, where we have a timestamp and we have this in the column D, this acronym of the functions selected and some parameters like the probability of some words. And starting from this Excel file, we try to clean it up, to extract meaningful information for the improvement. And this looks like this. So we recorded some interactions by voice and some interactions by touch. And you see that 95% of all interactions were done by voice, which is very good because Pepper is not a tablet. In the table below, you see the number of interactions with Pepper selected by the month. And so it was before lockdown. In lockdown, of course, we have not much information. And you see the peak here, and the peak is the November is the SFScon of last year, where we had a lot of interactions with Pepper. And then in the next steps, we classified the interactions. So and we coupled them, we clustered them. So we used for this a timeout of 60 seconds. So every two interactions which are closer than 60 seconds, they are part of a dialogue. Example is here. So the visitor says hello, and Pepper answers hello, how are you? And fine, how are you? So this would be a very small dialogue of two interactions. And you see here the distributions that most interaction, so this is a logarithmic plot, there are one or two interactions, which we measured. What else did we measure? We measured which kind of functions were selected, and even though we put a lot of effort in programming our customized functions of finding contact, finding events, finding organizers, so we have an overall winner of the interaction of the function mostly used, and this is the fun program of Pepper, where he dances, he's singing, and he makes funny moves, and this is interesting for us to reduce the number of apps installed and to focus on those who are mostly used. Yeah, and that is what we want to go in future. So we want to make the graphical user interface more easier, hiding the unused function. We want to improve the speech recognition. If you look at this small graph below, I called decision graphs. This means that at the moment there is a very high number of different words Pepper is comparing if you talk to him, yeah, and this makes it very difficult. The probability of recognition is very low. What we want to create in future is a decision tree, where we start from just a few possible words, questions you can ask Pepper, and from there we start to go in a certain direction, yeah, like a chatbot does. Yeah, and so finally our process behind this is an iteratively innovation accounting process, where you build a first version, you measure the outputs, and you learn how to improve it. And we try to do a lot of cycles of this type. Finally, I would like to acknowledge all persons who collaborated in this project. And this was Patrick Honewein, Patrick Bertolla, Peter Moser, and Rudi Töni from NOI with their Open Data Hub. It was Angelika Per from the University of Bolzano, professor for robotics and automation, and 3 students who developed parts of this pro apps. It was Francois, Philippe, and Hannes. So, and if you want to test Pepper, so you have to come, of course, in the NOI Tech Park. And if you are motivated to contribute to Pepper's ability, then we would be happy to hear from you, and to and now I close also. It's what? How can I? Then I would be very happy to hear from you. And finally, I would like to close the screen sharing. Here, this. Okay. So now you should see me, and you should see Andrea Janis, who did most part of this work. And I think we are open for questions if there are.
Thank you very much to the both of you, to the 3 of you. Indeed, we do have a question. After your experience with Pepper, with this project, is it now the time to automate information desk with robots like Pepper, or are we at an early stage, or it is already a valuable solution?
My answer to this question is that there are a few nice examples of where Pepper is used, like in airports, like at information desks in hotels for guest information, and like and also in banks as information desks. But there is still a lot of room for improvement. So we are in the pioneering, in the experimental phase. But Andrea, I'm sure that you can give here other aspects which could be interesting for the users.
Yeah,
we just ran out of time, so maybe you should switch your answer to the virtual room on Sankt Virtual. Open table there with some participants, so you can maybe go into a bit deeper into these thematics, because we have to close now and then continue in 5 minutes with the next talk. Thank you very much.
Okay,
anyways.
then thank you for your attention.
All right, so let's continue on track 3 of the SFScon, Society and Culture, with the next talk, which is about AIQOS, which is an open source community artificial intelligence system, which socially interacts with people in the informal environment of an urban district. So the interesting part here is that other than others artificial intelligence systems, this one, the data acquisition is done relational rather than extractive. So there has been done a first pilot project in Rome. Now here is one in Bolzano and another one in Ancona. And starting from January 21, there are 2 more in Milan and Barcelona. So I do welcome Federico Bomba and Andrea Zaninello from Cineglossa and Andrea Baldrati from Baldrati e Senati. Welcome to the 3 of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting us here. I'm Federico Bomba, the director of Cineglossa, which is an organization working on, an Italian organization working on how art can improve communities and can create impact in communities, especially with technologies. And today we're going to present IACOS, as it was introduced in Italian. It's the acronym for Intelligenza Artificiale di Quartiere Open Source. So it's a special artificial intelligence which deals with community. For this reason, we have had to take into account many different aspects of the relationship with the community, and this is why it's not just me today talking about IACOS, but also Andrea Zaninello and Andrea Baldrati. This is just a short introduction. I will leave the stage to Andrea Zaninello, who will tell us what happened in Ancona after the first pilot project in Rome, which was financed by the Ministry of Culture, and then Andrea Baldrati will talk about the privacy topics of IACOS, and then at the end we'll come back for the what's going on in Bolzano, which might interest us.
Thank you very much, Federico. As Federico said, I will concentrate on the Ancona project. So from a user's viewpoint, IACOS Ancona is a news article generator. We call it a visionary article generator because it generates machine articles from a headline, which it takes as its input. And from this headline, it generates 3 different articles, which are then combined into a front page, which you can see, an example of which you can see here. IACOS Ancona publishes a front page every day in the year 2030. So it comes from the future. As I say, it takes a headline as its input. Its input is based on wishes. So we developed an online game and actually an offline game as well, where people could express their wishes and desires. So it's a sort of dream box for people to express their wishes about the city of Ancona, where they could choose a persona, like the ones you can see here. They could choose an area of the city, and they had the possibility of writing down some text. And we collected about, for the moment, 300 desires, which were then turned into headlines. So the turning of the wishes into the headlines is human. So there's actually a person that is reading the wishes and making them into the form of a headline. Then this headline is fed into the system. And from a technical viewpoint, our system is based on GPT-2, which is a state-of-the-art language model, which was pre-trained on about 1.5 billion words from different textual genres, and it's entirely open source, and it represents basically the state-of-the-art of language models for Italian. Based on that, we then fine-tuned the model using 2,000 articles from local newspapers, which we collected through a list of about 30 keywords, which were in turn given and proposed by the community. So another community engagement activity. We fine-tuned this language model, and also crucially, we pre-processed the training examples so that the model was aware of where the headline was. So we had a start and end of headline tag, followed by the article text. So the model could actually learn a journalistic style. It could learn something about Ancona more specifically, which it couldn't learn from a general purpose language model. And crucially, it learned how to connect, so the relationship between the headline and the text of the news article. So all this system, of course, is open source, and models and the implementation of the code is released on GitHub under MIT licensing. So this is about the technical aspects. However, on this presentation, we would like to particularly focus on the human factor. So where and how does data protection come into play? This allows me to give the floor to my colleague Andrea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrea Baldrati, founding partner of Baldrati Strenati Law Firm, and also co-founder at Privacy Network, a non-profit organization based in Milan with the aim of disseminating data protection rights and promoting a privacy culture. Today, I'm going to talk to you about how the team of Privacy Network has succeeded in making IACOS privacy friendly. When Sineglossa called our organization, we realized immediately which challenge we had to address. In essence, we had to integrate data protection into every aspect of the IACOS project and its processing activities, from the design stage through the life cycle. This task can be summarized in the following 3 words: privacy by design, which means to consider data protection and privacy issues upfront in everything we do. In this case, as part of the design and implementation of the IACOS project. The concept of privacy by design, which is now a legal requirement thanks to the GDPR and its high bar for data protection, is dramatically important in the field of AI, where complex algorithms may analyze huge data sets and make predictions on human behavior by using this data. So what have we done as Privacy Network to make IACOS compliant with GDPR standards? Well, we started from considering nature, scope, and context of each processing operation. In doing so, we used a risk-based approach, anticipating risks and privacy invasive events before they occur. Basically, we asked ourselves, what's the worst scenario possible in terms of data processing throughout the whole IACOS key? Thus, we imagine a citizen or a user writing down a dream for Ancona that includes sensitive information, such as political opinions or data concerning health. For instance, Juan Francesco, citizen of Ancona, could have expressed within the dream message his disappointment about the lack of health infrastructures near his home, also making specific reference to his medical condition. If somebody had mentioned his health condition, IACOS could have processed an article with some kind of references to that, and given that each article is published online, everyone potentially has the chance to read it. Sineglossa decided to mitigate the risk by incorporating qualified human intervention, namely Sineglossa employees capable of recognizing sensitive information within the article, and in that case, deleting it before the publication. By adopting this privacy-first approach, we provide a multi-layered privacy policy with a clear and plain language, highlighting the most important points for data subjects and adding a link to other broader policy to further explain the concept. We also had numerous online meetings to discuss about the data minimization principle, one of the cornerstones of privacy by design. It was crucial to focus on the specific purpose of the project. The data controller, Sineglossa, has no marketing purpose or other commercial purpose. The only aim is to create a new Ancona for the good of the citizens of Ancona. There is no need to identify the single citizen or carry out profiling for evaluating personal aspects or behavior patterns. Actually, Sineglossa wants to acquire an aggregate overview of your users' wishes for Ancona just for statistical purpose. In addition, having carried out a risk assessment related to the rights and freedom of the people of Ancona, we established that it could have been possible to identify those citizens if we had collected data such as name, profession, and district of Ancona, because of the context in which such data was collected. In fact, Ancona is a small town with a population of approximately 100,000 inhabitants. And for instance, if you put together data such as hairdresser, 43 years old, Rione San Pietro, maybe there is only one hairdresser with these features. Therefore, we use the aggregate data when possible. Instead of asking the user-specific profession, we ask why he is in Ancona. Instead of asking his exact age, we ask the age range, and so on. Furthermore, the name of the user is deleted after the publication of the article because the purpose related to it, which is the signing of the article based on the user stream, is terminated. I'd like to conclude by saying that privacy by design is not only a legal requirement, but also a value-driven approach, where values such as transparency, fairness, accuracy, and trust are the center of a new vision of technologies, products, and services, including AI. Thank you all for listening, and now I'll pass the word over to you, Federico.
Thank you, Andrea. As you can see, the project is not about technical innovation, but it's more about social innovation with the use of technology. We work a lot on education, and this is why we're working in a deeper way in this new project in Bolzano. The project we are working on is organized and thought together with the Cooperativa 19, thanks the support of Provincia di Bolzano, and also with the support of the Computer Science University Department of University of Bolzano. Before I start in the last 2 minutes to talk about Bolzano, can I ask you to send the video, please, about the coming of the new artificial intelligence in Bolzano? Okay, thank you. This is just part of the campaign that we started in Bolzano to say that something strange was coming and to aggregate in Bolzano and to aggregate 15 under 35 social innovators of the province, but also of the region. So there are programmers, experts in communication, designer, artists, and this complex ecosystem is co-designing the new IACOS installation for which will be displayed at the end of January. We're working on that, and we are still looking for other partners to join and to make this bigger. So if there is anyone interested, enterprises or research centers, we are happy to talk about the implementation of this project. We still don't know what will be because we are still designing it with these 15 very motivated guys that are working with us. Thank you very much for your attention, and we hope to see you in the development of this exciting project.
Thank you very much to the three of you. Very at the second. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you would like, maybe there is a room outside in St. Virtual where some questions are. Otherwise, I do thank you for the presentation, and we will see the project then developed in Bolzano. And so we are going on in about 5 minutes with the next speaker, and see you then. So hello again to the track 3 of the SFScon, Society and Culture. The next presentation will be an analysis about open protocols for smart cities. The developments of advanced services for smart cities are based on a connected infrastructure, which means devices like cars, IoT devices, and many others, and of course the software systems. So the exchange of the data among those components needs common protocols and data formats, assuring that they are open for the long run so that they are available in the future. The point is, too many protocols and formats can create confusion and fragmentation, producing the opposite effect and making it difficult to create this uniform architecture. So this talk will explore the main protocols and data formats used in the context of smart cities. And we do welcome Alberto Siliti from Connex.
Okay, so thank you. And let's start with this talk. I briefly introduce myself. My name is Alberto Siliti. I'm a full professor at the Innopolis University, and I'm also CTO of Connex. So during this talk, I'm going to talk about the structure of some open source protocols, some protocols that are basically used for smart cities. And in particular, I'm talking about how these protocols can survive in a context where there are a number of different devices, protocols that are available for managing all this infrastructure. So, so let's start with that, and let's talk about why we are talking about smart cities. Smart cities is the concept that is somehow complex to understand, because everybody is talking about that, but smart cities are basically the fusion of many technologies and many things that are used in different contexts. So we start from sensors, for instance, then we have the communication infrastructure, we have the data that are produced and transferred, so basically an enormous amount of data that are sent in real times with data streams and so on that are called big data. That is related to the fact that is related also to the analysis of the data streams and the analysis of the different activities that are done through the interaction with this data. And of course, there are services that are built on top of everything. So all these aspects make a smart city. So a smart city is basically the combination of all these components. And there are a number of different activities that can be performed based on the different components that we are looking for. And we have a lot of problems. So we have a lot of problems because since there are so many things that are interconnected to each other, there are problems related to vendors. For instance, vendor dependence. So there are many competing proprietary solutions that are addressing the needs of a smart city. And another even more relevant problem that usually these platforms, these solutions are limited, and the interoperability is basically nearly to zero. So these solutions can focus on different aspects of the smart city, for instance, controlling the luminaires, for instance, collecting data about pollution and so on. But these frequently are independent networks that are based on different technologies. They are also based on different kind of sensors that are collecting data. This is quite normal, so you need specific sensors for collecting specific kind of data. But they have also different protocols for transferring this data. And I'm not talking just to the wireless protocols that are available, that of course we need different protocols for different purposes. But I'm talking about the application level protocols, the ones that are specifying the encoding of the information, like the XML-based data that define how to encode the information and how to share the information. When I talk about information, I'm talking about the data that are coming from the sensors, for instance, but I'm also talking about other kind of information, like, for instance, the signals that are used to send control to the systems. For instance, controlling luminaires. If you want to control luminaire, to turn it on, off, dimming the light and so on, you need to send some messages and control signals. So basically, this is something that is very dependent to the vendor. Of course, there are also related privacy issues, because nowadays, when we talk about smart city, we talk about sensors. So there are ubiquitous sensors, and sensors can include a lot of things. Could be just pollution measures, could be temperature measure, but could include also more invasive sensors like cameras, different kind of cameras. Could be infrared cameras, regular cameras, pictures that are taken every few minutes and so on. So these are a little bit more concerning about privacy. But also, since all these networks are interconnected, there is also the possibility of tracing users. So understanding where the user are located based on the device that they use. So when you use your cell phone, you are linked to, for sure, your 3G, 4G, or 5G network. So you provide some information about the location. The 5G network is even more precise about the location in which you are, based on the different protocols they are using. And basically, using this kind of technology may affect the way of how people data are considered. Of course, there are no clear way how these data are managed and collected. So, of course, in Europe, we have the GDPR for protecting our privacy. But of course, there are a lot of aspects that are not clear, how this information is collected, managed, and so on. So there are some aspects that are not considered in details. I'm not going to go in deep on that, but the idea is that there is something that is not covered enough. And of course, there are many independent networks. As I told you before, there is the network for collecting information about the pollution, network collecting information about the garbage, if the garbage bin are full or not. And there are many ways that we want to find out in order to collect the data and use this kind of data. And of course, there are multiple antennas that are required in order to collect this information and share this information. So, how this infrastructure is built. The infrastructure usually is built in many possible ways. So basically, there is the usual ISO model, and this is done using the standard TCP/IP model. So basically, the communication infrastructure usually is based on the 4 level, as you can see here, that is layer, that is basically how the data are sent through the network, so using, for instance, Wi-Fi, Zigbee, or other technologies. Then we have internet layer, that is basically how these data are transmitted, basically using the IP protocol. We have the transport layer, in which we cannot go into the details of all these aspects, but it's basically the TCP or UDP layer that is common in every TCP/IP connection. It's basically every internet connection. And then we have the application layer. The application layer is something that is on top of all these things and is basically done for supporting the specific application that you want to build. So for instance, if you use your web browser, you use the application layer that is the HTTP protocol, the hypertext transfer protocol, that is basically the protocol that you are using for transmitting the data. And at this level, we can build specific protocols for exchanging specific kind of data. So when we talk about the infrastructure, of course, we need to start from the physical layer. So what we call here network access layer. And the network access layer include many kind of possible application and many kind of technologies. At present, there are a number of technologies that can be used inside the creation of a smart city. For transmitting data, like data that are coming from different kind of buildings, smart grid, different kind of sensors for monitoring different aspects like transportation and so on. You need, of course, different kind of networks and different kind of communication devices that can be used. In order to do that, you have a wide range of protocols that you can use. You can use Bluetooth, Bluetooth low energy, you can use Wi-Fi, Z-Wave, Zigbee, NB-IoT, Sigfox. You have a number of different protocols that are available. So why we are talking about multiple protocols and we are not talking about a single protocol? This is because we are going to address different problems. So when we talk about which is the best technology for doing a smart city, a wireless technology, of course, I cannot answer this question. So usually there are a set of multiple technologies that can address the different problems. Think about just two of them. For instance, the Wi-Fi and let's consider Zigbee, for instance, or NB-IoT, or LoRaWAN. So if we consider Wi-Fi and LoRaWAN, for instance, that are the two extreme, you have Wi-Fi that usually you have a range that is from the small range of 100 meters, that is usually the area that is covered by the Wi-Fi, to what is done by LoRaWAN. LoRaWAN can cover easily between 2 and even 20 kilometers. So these are two different ways of building a network, but also they have different kind of throughput for this network. So for instance, in a Wi-Fi, you may have megabits or even gigabits of data that can be transferred. But with LoRaWAN, you have a lot less capacity. So you have a few kilobits that can be transmitted. So basically, it depends on what you want to do. So you cannot use the same technology for doing the same thing. For instance, if you have a network of distributed devices and you want to update these devices, you cannot send an over-the-air update to these devices using LoRaWAN. It takes ages, but you can easily do it with Wi-Fi. And of course, the application layer is the one that is linked with all these aspects, because we have to identify what we want to do with the technology. So collect data, exchange data, control something, and so on. And basically, at present, there are a lot of different application layers that are completely unrelated to each other. So there are many management systems for instance, outdoor lighting, for waste management, for traffic management network, and so on. And these networks are completely, basically independent. The idea is try to build something that is general, that is the central management system with some bridges that are able to integrate with the different kind of technologies. And at present, there is a proposal that is called the TALQ, that is an application level protocol that allowed to encapsulate the data, the command, and everything that we want to share through XML messages that can be sent on top of HTTP. So basically, here, the TALQ application protocol is based on HTTP, so the standard protocol that is used for browsers. On top, putting some XML, and using the infrastructure that is the TCP/IP infrastructure that is able to work on any, basically on any kind of wireless and physical medium.
Alberto, I have to interrupt you because we ran out of time. Do you want to say some conclusional words?
Yes. So basically, the idea of this thing is try to bridge all these things together. So what we are talking about is that now we need to move in a direction where all these networks are integrated. And TALQ is just a first attempt to perform this integration. And the idea of creating this kind of open protocol is extremely valuable for the development and the creation of new smart cities in which all these devices can communicate. Because at present, this is still not possible. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Alberto. So we have to close now because we are we have 3 minutes left for the next speak, and so we cut here and then see you immediately to the next presentation.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
So hello again on track 3 of the SFScon Society and Culture. Now we have a special guest who is explaining us something about Jitsi, the system we are using for the virtual tables and the Neusankt Virtual project. So Jitsi Meet is an Apache, is under the Apache license 2.0, and it's a video conference system that runs on the web browser via WebRTC. So Chris Meyer, welcome. He will talk about the installation, configuration, and some experience on how to run Jitsi and so on. So welcome, Chris. Word to you.
Yeah, hello. Thanks for the nice welcoming. Basically, whenever today you had bad video quality, it was all my fault. Just joking. So basically, in these 10 minutes, I'm going to explain a little bit what we did here at NOI and for the SFScon with this Jitsi software. There is a small document I prepared where this is all explained. So just 30 minutes ago, somebody asked about some help with installing Jitsi, and I just sent this document. So I'm going to use it all the time for people asking information. Basically, I'll go through this a little bit. Basically, for the Sankt Virtual project, we wanted to have some conferencing software that was a low threshold, so that people could basically just follow a link and have the system run in the browser without installing clients. And of course, the fact that this is open source is a very positive thing as well. So yeah, as Martin just said, Jitsi is Apache license. It's actually quite easy to install because you get a repository you can use. A lot of people ask about the requirements on the server. Well, Jitsi is not that much power hungry. We generally use machines with 8 GB of RAM and something like 2 cores. This is well enough for a few rooms. For example, this machine would be even overpowered for what we are doing right now with the 7 tracks that are ongoing. But the problem is, the drawback with Jitsi is that it's quite heavy on the client. So very often we see that if you want to have a room with like 20 cam feeds, the problem is not so much the server. The problem is the basically the client. You need to have a pretty modern computer that can run all these video streams in the browser. So okay, basically you just need to, from the networking requirement, you need to have these ports, the usual HTTP and HTTPS port accessible, and Jitsi also sends UDP traffic to port 10,000 actually. It says port range, but as a matter of fact, it's just port 10,000. And there's some installing instructions here, which fortunately is really small. We use the OpenJDK here. Probably you can use even version 11. We are still at version 8 here. And basically what I written here is all you need. You can get to this apt-get install Jitsi Meet and you're done. There's a small warning here. Jitsi uses a rolling release update cycle. So basically there is not a stable branch or an unstable branch or something. Well, there is a development branch, of course, but in the stable branch, you get rolling releases. At some point, you might get upgraded, might see a component being upgraded to version 2 or something like this. This is something you have to take into account. So maybe have a test server where you test the new editions, basically. Let's Encrypt is integrated. Just run this script to have HTTPS. Okay, so one thing you can do with Jitsi is enable authentication. This is not out of the box. Out of the box, Jitsi is completely open, which can be fine for certain use cases. For Sankt Virtual, we wanted that you need to enter a password to open a room. And this you can do by following this guide here, which is not very complicated. You can find this guide in other places as well. There's even a link to this Jitsi Club website that collects all these kind of information here. There's also the possibility to make it even more secure by having your user accounts not in a clear text format that is Jitsi's default, but encrypted and so on. One very interesting thing is that the users are actually handled by an XMPP component. This is a Prosody. Prosody is an XMPP server. And so you can basically connect with all possible XMPP clients. For example, I've mentioned here Profanity, which is a command line client, which can be handy if you want to do it on the server. And this way you can connect to your room with your user to your room at the Jitsi server and see what's happening here. For example, here we have the room called Bar Bankotheke, which was used during the lockdown on Sankt Virtual, and you can destroy it. So in principle, you could export this and have all kind of XMPP clients connect with this. We've tried to play a little bit around with this. You can, for example, install an XMPP client and chat in the Jitsi's chat room. But basically, we did not follow up this path a lot. This is a little bit not perfectly integrated because there are some, there are some details. For example, if you destroy a room from the XMPP client as an admin, then the server component of Jitsi does not really realize this, and you get a bit strange behaviors online. A few settings are mentioned here. We dialed down resolution a little bit. Our standard resolution for the webcam streams is 360 pixels. We've seen that really a high resolution is not always needed or wanted. You can save a lot of bandwidth if you dial this down a little bit. The good point is that the text is, if you do, the screen, if you do screen sharing, does not follow this resolution. So, for example, in this case, you see my cam feed, hello, at 360p, but the screen sharing, so the slide is hopefully much better quality. There's another few things we did here. Some details are listed in this document, which of course you will find online. For example, you can customize the watermark. Normally we have a Noi watermark here. For today, this has been removed because we are streaming and adding another watermark over there. What else is here? For example, there's some small things. We want to redirect people that close the room back to the main Sankt Virtual site, so you can do this over here. Okay, one more interesting thing where we did some original work is a system to export the room names and the count of participants. We need this in Sankt Virtual. Which, by the way, you can use right now from the SFScon IT site. We wanted a way to export the room names and the participant count so that you can see which rooms are there and how many people are there. And also then the link will not be available if there's too many people there. So there's different ways to do this, and basically we did a very strange solution. We tapped into the GCO4 log file. GCO4 is one of the components that together make Jitsi meet. And the GCO4 log files logs when a room is opened, when a participant joins, when he or she leaves. And we can basically just replay this log and count how many people are in a room at any time. This looks very stupid, but it's actually working quite nicely. And so we have a small API that gives us this result. This code is also available on one of Neue Tech Park's repositories on GitHub. So if you can find it useful, you can see if you can use it. I mean, it's basically something that I can imagine other people would want to do with Jitsi as well. Not all the people probably know that Jitsi has no admin. So basically, these kind of little hacks are necessary if you want to somehow manage. Note that we don't really have only named users. Of course, you can join a room always as an anonymous person. So you see here the moderator one opened the room, but all the participants are anonymous for us. Okay, so this is the way to install it. I've called it the parser. Again, this is available on the Neue Tech Park GitHub site. Some users experience Jitsi. The problem with Jitsi is people always ask how many participants I can put there. Well, according to the site, you can put up to 75, but probably the browser running on a client is not able to visualize 75 video streams. So the browser will basically just cop out. It will stop working if you put that many people in a room. So this is a bit of a weak spot of Jitsi. It works really well for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. But then it gets to be heavy on the client. Another point is also a little bit the server performance. You need quite some uplink to stream. This depends a little bit on the browser. Not all browsers are equally good at encoding the stream. We've seen that Chrome or Chromium tends to work best. And actually for the SFScon, we had a small inquiry where we had people do a speed test on our servers in Frankfurt and in Milan. And the speed test went really well. All the speakers, for some reason, had an upload of at least 2 megabits per second, which is not bad. I mean, you can very well stream even 720p would be sort of possible, but 360p is definitely no problem with 2 megabits. So actually, maybe I was a little bit too pessimistic beforehand. People seem to be able to have better internet providers than I anticipated. Anyway, I recommend at least 1 megabit up for the resolution of 360p. Okay, so that's it. There's a few links. If my watch is correct, there is now 2 minutes left for some quick questions. Martin?
All right, I'm here, Chris. Yeah, well, indeed, there is a question. You know that, for example, in the schools, most of them, they are using MS Teams. After your experience with all this project, what would you say, is Jitsi ready to be used in the schools as well? We heard about the number of participants. So what do you think about this?
Well, according to me, the Jitsi is a little bit problematic because it's not a complete solution. For example, if you're in a school context, you want to have some administration, you want to give roles, the teacher can do things that the student can't do. And this is all not quite possible with Jitsi. I know there are other open source solutions like a Big Blue Button that might be better suited for such a use case.
All right. Chris, thank you very much. So we close here and see you on the next track in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you and goodbye.
Pronto, pronto, pronto. Pronto, pronto, pronto. Pomeriggio. Prova a parlare più forte. Così forte. Sì? Perfetto.
All right. Hello again on the track 3 of the SFScon, Society and Culture. Now we have talk about the Centro Trevi mobile app. It's a beacon augmented reality indoor navigation mobile tool. So one word about the beacon project in South Tyrol, which has about 3,500 beacons around in the whole region of South Tyrol. These are small Bluetooth devices with a unique identifier, and by enabling your Bluetooth on your smartphone, the smartphone or the mobile app on the smartphone is able to exploit those beacons. So Suggesto has developed a new mobile app for the Centro Trevi that exploits exactly this information and gives support to visitors in the Centro Trevi and to the services the center offers. So we are curious to hear about the techniques and see the first results there. And do welcome Adriano Venturini from Suggesto. He's here physically.
Thank you. So good afternoon. I am Adriano Venturini from Suggesto, and in this presentation we are going to talk about the app we developed for the Trevi Lab, so the cultural center of the province of Bozen, and in particular, as was introduced, how we adopted beacon and augmented reality technology for driving the user visiting the center. And this is the contents of the presentation. First, we will introduce the Trevi Lab, the goal of the Trevi Lab, the objective of the app, and then the scenario that we are supporting. And in particular, then we will go into details about how we use beacon for supporting indoor navigation and augmented reality for guiding the user within the rooms. Finally, we will see the software components we have used and integrated. The Trevi Lab is the cultural center of the province of Bozen. It hosts 3 libraries, Claudia Augusta libraries, which offer a range of national, international, and local author books. It hosts the multilanguage center, that is a library specialized in the promotion of language and provides self-learning material like online courses, DVDs, and CDs. And the audiovisual center, which offers around 20,000 titles of art films, cultural documentaries, and so on. Finally, Trevi Lab offers equipped space, labs, where can be held structured and continuous activities. The app has the objective to inform visitors about the services available in Trevi Lab, to provide information about the events that will be run in the center and in the Bozen province in general. It allows the visitors to search for books that are available in the libraries, books and DVDs, and to guide visitors through the spaces of the center. We'll go more in details on the search and indoor navigation scenario, which is the most challenging one we had to face. In this scenario, the visitor searches for a desired publication, which is, could be available in any of the libraries of the center. The app provides information about the book, the found book, the publication, and if it is available for borrowing. Then the app guides the visitors to the floor, to the room, to the shelf where the item is actually located. And this is done by using map and augmented reality indications. This is some snapshots of the user interface of the app, the search scenario. Here I have searched for Kubrick author. The app shows me a list of DVDs of Kubrick. I choose 2001: A Space Odyssey. I see details about this DVD. If I tap on Show on Map, a map is shown indicating my position and indicating where the book is actually located, and it indicates the track that I need to follow to reach the book. If I'm not on the correct floor, the app suggests me to change the floor, to go to the floor number 1 in this case. Then it shows the track to reach the book. When I enter into the room, by using augmented reality, the app shows the trail that I need to follow to reach the exact location of the publication. We had to tackle several challenges to implement this scenario. In particular, we had to fully represent the spaces of the scenario, of the center. So to map the 3 floors, we need to assign the exact position of the publication in the libraries. We need to locate the visitor in the center with a sufficient precision to provide meaningful information. Indoor navigation cannot be done using GPS, of course. We need to compute the path, and then to show the path the path using map or augmented reality. This is the system we developed. Server-side, we developed a set of APIs which are exposed through REST protocol. The server accesses the Aleph books catalog, that is the information system used by the cultural center, by the libraries of the center. We access events exposed by Open Data Hub that integrates events from the province of Boden. Client side, we developed 3 tools. We developed the back office web app that enable to manage content and to manage the map of the center. The app mapper tool that is needed to to assign the exact position of the book to the shelf. So these 2 tools are used by the personnel of the Trevilab, and then the Trevilab app, which is the app that actually is used by the users. The mapper tool integrates OpenStreetMap and add layers on top of OpenStreetMap. We have mapped all the 3 floors of the Trevilab, and by adding walls, furniture, point of interest, shelf, and so on. So we defined a complete map of the 3 floors of the center. The application mapper tool is used to assign books to the shelf. Using augmented reality, an IR marker is used to understand which is the shelf I am working on. Then each book on the shelf are scanned by reading the barcode, and then in this way, a person at the center can assign all the books to their shelf. Finally, we needed to locate the visitor. To locate the visitor, we used beacons that are small devices that emit a Bluetooth signal. Using the strength of the signal and the code of the signal, we can understand where the user is located. We put around 70 beacons, about 70 beacons on the 3 floors of the center. And we tested several algorithms to understand where the user is. We tested the closest beacon, so we understand which is the beacon that is closest to the smartphone of the user, and the beacon that is closest is the position of the user. We tested triangulation, so by triangulating the signal, the strength of the signals of the beacons that is received, to understand which is the position of the user. And we use fingerprint, that is a technique that foresees to collect a large set of footprint of the beacon signal that is received in the different points of the floor. And when the user then is in a specific point, the pattern that is collected from the received beacon is compared with the list of collected ones. And then the closest one is the position of the user. actually, the one that allowed a sufficient precision with a reasonable effort to get the data that is needed is the closest beacon. So we adopted the first one at the end. Then we needed to compute the path. So we have the position of the user, we have the position of the book, we need to compute the path. Here we have implemented the Dijkstra shortest path algorithm that computes the path on all the possible paths that we have to define on the maps. Finally, when the person is entering into the room, can use in the last part the augmented reality indications. To do this, he scans an AR marker that is positioned at the entrance of the room. Thanks to this information, the system computes the path, using the shortest path algorithm, first in the 2 dimensions, so on the map, and then is translated in the 3D dimension, and using this information, is the trailing of paths, trailing of points is shown to reach the books. The application has been developed by adopting several open source components, software. We use Flutter, that is the Google toolkit for developing cross-platform application, native cross-platform application, so both for iOS and for Android. Server-side, we use Liferay, a content management system, Node.js for data integration, MongoDB as a database. The web application, so the back-office tool, has been developed using Vue, Vuetify, and Leaflet plugins. In Flutter, we used several libraries, several plugins for managing beacons, for managing augmented reality, both for iOS and for Android, and for managing maps, and so on. Fine, last slide. Thanks to Trevilab that commissioned the app and provided expertise and access to their library information system. Thanks to Neutech Park that allowed us to use the Open Data platform to access the events of the province, and thanks to the province of Bolzano and Neutech Park for the Beacon South Tyrol project, which set the foreground for developing this kind of applications. And that was the last slide.
Thank you very much, Adriano. So a question would be, how much do you think it's necessary to adapt this solution for another museum or for another project?
I will say the integration should be adapted server-side, because client-side, I think, is the app is very general. Mm-hmm. It is on the server side that we need to connect it to their information system. So as in Trevilab, we integrated with Aleph, that is the system that is used to manage books. Mm-hmm. If you go in a museum, we need to integrate with the archiving system. But the application side, that is most of the work, of course, is safe, mm-hmm. Can be reused.
All right, thank you. Welcome. Okay, so I think we can close this session right now. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And we go on then with the next presentation in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back to the SFScon, track 3, Society and Culture. And now, character is what we are in the dark, the FLOSS community response to global crisis. So our next speaker is Andrew Wilson, which we already see here. He retired in 2016 following a 32 years career at Intel for 33 years. He was a pioneer in corporate adoption of open source software and was deeply involved in many Linux Foundation projects. So now I will quote this, as this is written very nice. We live in a dark time of pandemic and recession. The world is changing. Is technological freedom something we only worry about in good times, or is freedom still important in times of challenge? If we are still relevant, how can the FLOSS community contribute to moving the world forward? Andrew, welcome. The word to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I really appreciate it. I trust everyone can see the presentation. I hope everyone can see the presentation.
We do not see the presentation, we see you in the picture.
Well, then let's do something about that. Let's share my screen.
Right. Now we do see the presentation.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate it. I'll give you the one-line summary, which is that in a crisis, we learn what really matters in life, and actually two-line summary, and free, libre, open source software really matters. Thank you for the introduction. I've already mentioned that I had a relatively lengthy career at Intel, much of which was involved in open source and specifically around getting large corporations to be able to contribute responsibly to the open source community. Post-retirement, I've become kind of a free-range thinker where I've had time to think about the bigger picture and the importance of FOSS to society. And I hope some of these thoughts may be relevant, interesting. So here we go. The title of the talk is taken from a quotation which is normally attributed to a rather obscure 19th century American evangelist named Dwight Moody. And this is Reverend Moody here. He looks like a serious person, perhaps not someone who is terribly fun at parties, but his point is perhaps somewhat cynical, if you will. It takes a rather dark view of human nature, but it is also very well taken. This quote is, in fact, so cynical or dark, if you will, that it is sometimes also attributed to Mussolini. And enough said about him. It's sometimes also attributed to Niccolo Machiavelli. Machiavelli does look in this portrait as if he might have been fun at parties, although I would not buy a used car from this man. It is something that he could have said. But my favorite attribution for this quote is actually from a different thinker, Dr. Emilio Lizardo. Now, Dr. Emilio Lizardo is the villain in the 1980s cult science fiction film, The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai. So this is the great American actor John Lithgow as Dr. Lizardo in one of his first film roles, and one where he gets an obvious enjoyment out of playing a completely unhinged supervillain. And the character Dr. Emilio Lizardo does definitely utter the line, "Character is what we are in the dark. History is made at night," in the film. And I'm especially fond of Dr. Lizardo for two reasons. One is that I like cult science fiction films a lot. And the other is that Dr. Lizardo has only 1 degree of separation from free and open source software. Okay, and that degree of separation is that, well, Dr. Lizardo is really a space alien from Planet 10, and he and his fellow aliens from Planet 10 have been exiled, and they're trying to create a coup to go back and retake their planet. And their cover operation is a defense contractor called Yoyodyne Incorporated. And you can see their exciting billboard here from the film. And I will take a wild guess that many of the people here on our at our conference have read the actual text of the GPL version 2, and this should be ringing a bell, because Yoyodyne Incorporated is enshrined in the text of GPL version 2, where it's in the sample verbiage for applying GPL version 2 to your code. Yoyodyne Inc. disclaims all copyright interest. Signature of Tycoon, president of Vice. Of course, this is the work of Richard M. Stallman, who is obviously a fan of cult science fiction films. So there is a somewhat tenuous but a real link with Dr. Lizardo. Character is what we are in the dark, and free software. By the way, I'm not imputing that Richard Stallman is himself a space alien. that might be believed by some people, but certainly I don't. Richard has been a fantastic figure in the development of free software, very, very key. So that's a somewhat light-hearted look at a dark time. And it's no particular news here that we are in the middle of dark times here in 2020. I think when the book about the 21st century is actually written, the first few chapters will talk about two major themes, one being the rise of globalization, the unprecedented increase in commerce, travel, economic activity of all sorts, which we have seen in the first 19 years of the 21st century. The other big theme being the rise of big technology and the degree to which a handful of giant tech companies have become so universally entwined with many, many aspects of modern society, so entwined that they have become irreplaceable, really. And now, of course, we're dealing with the effects of the pandemic on our world of the 21st century. Frankly, in the pandemic, globalization has failed us. Starting at the very beginning of the pandemic with China's non-response. And if there were ever a good example of the doctrine that character is what you are in the dark, it is what happened in China when the novel coronavirus first appeared there, when the Chinese government reverted to its essential character of being a repressive one-party state and actually punished the doctors who originally reported the coronavirus. That was a tremendous failure of character, which has now cost the entire world a tremendous amount. Now, I wish I could say that the democratic countries of the world have behaved in a demonstrably superior way, but unfortunately I can't, because to pick an example, in Europe, what had been the expected freedom of travel, for example, within the European Union, when the pandemic appeared, that freedom of travel mysteriously went away immediately. Hard borders reappeared where there had only been lines on a map before. Passports were checked. People were turned away at the border, especially migrant workers. In the world's largest democracy, India, when they imposed a lockdown, they ordered migrant workers to go home. They didn't provide any transportation for those migrant workers, and some of them actually had to walk back to their home villages, perhaps hundreds of miles. It was an amazing, amazing failure to maintain human rights, really. We've also seen very forcefully demonstrated in the global economy just how long, involved, and fragile supply chains are for so many important products. And very few people aware of the fragility of these global supply chains until those borders reappeared. International commerce, travel stopped, and
Andrew.
Yes.
Andrew, I do remind you, you have 2 minutes left.
Yes. So let's move ahead. Let's move ahead from the failures to the successes. And the successes are us. The successes is free Libre open source software. What we're doing right now exists only because of the existence of high quality, open standards based software, which is ubiquitous. I'm on the west coast of the United States, and I haven't done a trace route. I don't know how many hops there are between here and Bolzano, but there are many of them. And all of these packets, all of these data are being handled by free software, which implements open standards. So if global civilization has survived at all and is continuing to work, it is due to, in large measure, open source and open standards. Okay, we've saved the world, so we should really take a bow for that. But we've also discovered that there are huge gaps in the availability of technology. Technology is allowing some things to proceed perhaps more or less normally during the pandemic. Others people are hurting. Others do not enjoy the benefits of technology. So what do we do from here? Surprisingly enough, I say the answer would be that we need more openness, and that what we've done in open source needs to be perpetuated and recycled into other areas. And we in the open source community should be conscious of the impact that we have on society, and we should be conscious of the resources that we have to affect society. We have ourselves primarily. We can be conscious about the impact of what we do. We have our communities where we can provide energy to address some of those gaps. And we have a social capital, which sometimes we don't recognize, that open source is highly esteemed by other activists in the open society movement and by other technologists. And we may not have tremendous power, we may not have billion-dollar corporations, but we do have social capital, which we can and should use. So that is my talk. And next year in Bolzano, I would like to be here physically and say hello to Ötzi the Iceman. And I'm looking forward to seeing him again.
As we all do. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much. Thank you for your talk, and see you next year here. As we do, hopefully see you next year as well here at the SFScon. But now we are having a few minutes break for the next talk, and so see you then. All right, welcome back on the track 3 of the SFScon, Society and Culture. Our next talk will be about Internet of Things in climbing, a local project, and non-invasive activity tracking. So climbers are always interested, of course, in improving their climbing performance, while gym operators are trying to improve their services and make the optimal use of their infrastructure. So how can IoT devices help and software tools be combined to provide an effective solution? And of course, they should be designed to preserve privacy, but on the other hand, are to be almost invisible to their users. So in this talk presents an example of a climbing monitoring system that aims to provide statistics related to the frequency of ascents of the climbers and some extent climbing performance. So we do welcome Marina Andrić from the Free University of Bolzano. Hello, Marina.
Hi, hello everyone. So I'm Marina Andrić. I am a research assistant at the Free University of Bolzano, and I will present, I'll talk about Internet of Things in climbing. So in particular, the non-invasive approach to activity tracking in climbing that is being developed by me and my colleagues at the University of Bolzano, and also the climbing gym, the climbing company Vertical Life within the Salsa project. So when we are talking about Internet of Things, so these images may come to our mind. The range of IoT applications is very wide, so from healthcare to entertainment. Examples include systems that have been developed for monitoring health and well-being of elderly people, and also tracking some daily variables of daily life, such as the number of steps during the day, and also systems for sports skill assessment. So a lot of interdisciplinary research is nowadays focused on various aspects of Internet of Things, such as design, development, deployment of these systems, but also understanding human experience and social impacts that is associated with these systems. And some of these research proposals then eventually become very widely adopted practical applications. Okay, so specifically monitoring sport activities using ubiquitous technologies has become very popular in recent past. So to give a few examples, one research group described skill assessment in fitness exercise using mobile phone. Another research group instrumented a golf club with an accelerometer in order to analyze the quality of the golf swing. And then another example, another research group then developed an automatic coaching system for rowing. And Ahmadi and colleagues explore the use of variable computing technology for skill assessment in tennis. But in contrast to these sports, in sport climbing, hardly any approaches have so far been published that are related to automatic recognition of climbing activity. There are several challenges in indoor sport climbing that could be addressed by such systems. So one concern definitely is safety in climbing. In the current practice, safety depends entirely on the judgment of the climber. And it is known that this is usually, that the accidents usually mostly happens due to the climber's error. Then another challenge is to design systems that could be used to provide useful statistics to the climbing gym operators, such as the number of times that each route in the climbing gym is climbed, or the number of falls on the route. So this information is useful because then climbing gym manager can decide which routes needs to be replaced. There is also a desire for automated climbing assessment. So in the current climbing practice, a coach assesses the climber through visual observation and provides feedback by commenting climber's technique. However, due to large number of climbing enthusiasts, coaching is performed typically in groups, and thus each climber receives only some very general feedback. So we believe that some of these problems can be solved by systems that are based on sensors that are invisible to climbers. I mean, that is, which are embedded into climbing environment. And we come up with an approach that uses sensing device that consists of a quick draw and an accelerometer that is attached to the middle strip of the quick draw. So we call this device a smart quick draw. So a quick draw is a standard piece of climbing equipment that is attached to the wall, and it serves for clipping the rope in during the climb for protection. So quick draws are organized in a line, and the number of quick draws on the wall can vary with the length of the route. So in order to test the idea that climbing activities can be recognized
I do
from
remind
the...
you that you're not showing the slides, so maybe you want to share the screen.
I share the entire screen.
Yeah, now we see the screen. Right, we see the slides, we don't see you, but we see the slides. All right. But it's okay.
Okay, so I can continue. Okay, so in order to test the idea that climbing activities can be recognized from a stream of sensor data, we performed experiments in the climbing gym in the South Tyrol. And our data collection platform consisted of one smart quick draw that is placed on the second lowest position to the ground, while the other quick draws were standard. So after we collected the data, we compared the sensor data with the video footage of the climbs, and we were able to identify characteristic signatures of certain activities. So we noticed the signatures of the activity of falling during the climb, and then a pattern associated with a lowering activity, which is the activity of lowering to the ground once the ascent is finished. And finally, we spotted the signature of the rope pulling activity, which is activity of pulling the rope down once the climb is finished. So we decided to develop our first activity recognition application in climbing for rope pulling detection. So this is because it allows us to segment continuous streams of data and also analyze this data for performance. So let's look at free software that allowed us to develop our application. First, we needed a powerful database system such as Postgres, to store and efficiently handle large amounts of data. We used low-level APIs, NumPy, Scientific Python, Pandas, and Scientific Learn in order to perform data handling, to process the data, and to pass to machine learning models for row pooling recognition. And we also had to visualize the sensor data and performance of our models. And to this end, we used Matplotlib and Seaborn. So our row pooling recognition and performance assessment procedures consisted of several steps. So first, the climbing movements were recorded using a single smart quick draw. Then this data is analyzed for identification of row pooling segments. Using this information, continuous stream of measurements is divided into segments that corresponded to individual climb sessions. And then these sessions were analyzed in order to derive two performance metrics, climbing speed and fluency. And here we see that we obtained good results. We trained 4 classifiers, and we saw that the random forest outperformed other classifiers, achieving precision of 0.85 and recall of 0.87. And also, out of 17 row pooling instances in our data set, 16 were successfully detected. We further looked at performance analysis of these climbs for 2 climbers who climbed on 5 different routes 16 times in total. So this plot visualizes on x-axis climbing time and on y-axis the motion magnitude of the smart quick draw that is chosen as a measure of fluency. So lower values here indicate higher climbing fluency. We noticed that there are 2 clusters that indeed capture 2 opposite climbing styles of our climbers. So one climbs faster but is more but is less fluent, while the other is slower but more fluent. And encouraged by these first results, we plan to perform a larger field study in the future, and we're also planning to deploy smart quick draw prototypes for the real world deployment. We plan to also further explore the potential of the smart quick draw for performance estimation and climbing gym usage analytics. And also we are working with the experts to integrate proposed automatic climbing performance assessment into standard training programs. And for the end, I would like to thank to Free Software for making our work possible. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have 2 questions. And are there comparable systems on the market?
No, to the best of our knowledge, this is not the case. So for climbing, there are no solutions that are available on the market, neither for climbers nor for climbing gym owners.
You're kind of pioneers.
Yes, it is a novel idea.
You could stop the screen sharing so we see you again. All right. She's gone? Okay, we will wait a couple of seconds.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we do hear you. I think it's the second button from the left. All right. All right. And the second question would be if this climbing monitor solution would be ready for being installed in a climbing gym already.
Well, we hope to have the first solutions ready for deployment next year.
Mm-hmm.
So we are now in the phase of testing.
All right, so beta testing. Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. We stop here and go then in a few minutes, go then to the next presentation. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the last presentation of the track 3, Society and Culture. And now we have a presentation about networks of trust in a connected world. The next, or in about 1.5 years, in the 2022, we will have 1.5 billion devices in the Internet of Everything connected. So now, what if protocols like today are closed source and devices are talking to their private cloud because everyone is making its own solution? So there is need to trust in the protocols, and the IOTA distributed ledger technology is trying to solve this issue. So we will hear more about from Antonio Nardella from the IOTA Foundation. Welcome, Antonio.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. I'll start right away. So, brief introduction. I'm Antonio Nardella. I'm the community manager at IOTA Foundation. And today we will start talking about, as you said correctly, networks of trust in the Internet of Everything. A glimpse of our markets in the future. There will be 175 zettabytes of data that will be generated by 2025. There are $1 trillion expected to be spent on IoT by 2022, and 3.1 trillion predicted total business value created through DLT by 2030. And there will be an average of 7 devices, IoT devices, in every household. And if we think about this, the existing infrastructure is simply not ready for the 21st century. Let's talk about a possible bifurcation of the internet and a growing mistrust for how our digital economy is governed, how profound implications for the development of democracy, society, and the economy are. Data should be treated as an asset instead. There is no transparency with how data is generated, stored, or used. And every one of us, is giving away our data for free and do not receive a financial benefit or, besides some really targeted adverts on the big platforms. Well, the global data pipelines are becoming congested and slow due to the explosion of connected devices, limiting real-time data collection and analytics. At the same time, devices are not designed to interoperate one with another, nor act as independent and autonomous agents. And we have seen what happened. I mean, these are some examples. We had, a global shipping network that just did not work anymore, or not far from here, in the Alps. I mean, it's really imperative that we start working towards a solution together. How the internet is governed, as I said, will have profound implications. So there are actually 3 diverging trends that can be identified. Completely centralized authoritarian governance with restrictions on information, freedom of speech, and surveillance of civilians. Platform economies dominated by oligopolies that are characterized by concentration of economic power and network effects, benefiting few organizations and their shareholders. And the third one is decentralized, federal, and human rights-focused governance models that protect privacy and ensure free flow of information and are not controlled by single points of failure. And here is where the protocol IOTA and the frameworks that we're building are trying to bridge the digital and physical infrastructure for an open society. Privacy and security should not be for sale. The European Union is pioneering the development of open and democratic governance processes and emerged as a leader on the protection of civil rights in the digital world. We set up the IOTA Foundation in the European Union in Berlin to contribute to this mission with our research, development, and technology, strengthening civil rights and economic independency at the same time. If we look at the technology really briefly, the core functionalities of this distributed ledger protocol includes secure data transfer, fee-less micropayments, tamper-proof record keeping, user-controlled data privacy, distributed computing, and real-time data monitoring processes. This is what we are building together with our community, with our engineers, with our research department. And behind all of this is what we call Shimmer. This consensus protocol, or what we call voting scheme, is named after behavior that we have seen in nature, where bees synchronize their movements to defend themselves against predators. And here also our technology tries to biomimic these concepts by securing our network and the nodes. You can read more in the link that is posted here and will be shared with this presentation. So when we talk about our protocol and the architecture behind it, it makes possible to send information on a cryptographically secure network and completely distributed. This avoids adoption friction created by forcing data applications to incorporate fees into non-financed use cases. So you can really use this network to transfer crucial and sensitive data on a worldwide distributed network without paying fees. So what you send will be sent. And this open source protocol, the IOTA protocol, and the open source building blocks, frameworks, and blueprints that are accessible and are available to everyone, to startups, to hackers, to Fortune 500 companies, to governments, like decentralized digital identity, audit trails, access management, data and industry marketplaces, are here and available to enable next generation distributed and secure technical innovations. The IOTA Foundation and the IOTA protocol is uniquely suited to become the digital trust layer for a wide range of applications and public services, ranging from connected smart cities, machine-to-machine communication, and suitable sustainable digital infrastructure. As I've said before, it is permissionless and free to use and open available to everyone. There's no license, no whatever payment that you have to do to anyone. It's open source, it's out there, copy it, remix it, and use it. Governments and companies and individuals can use it without having to ask permissions or being concerned about future restrictions or vendor lock-in. Corporations ranging from startups to several Fortune 500 companies are already using and experimenting with the IOTA technology and consider it a future standard for micropayments and IoT communications. The ecosystem itself consists of thousands of developers, community members, and organizations looking to build on and further the technology. Here are just 4 examples that I have chosen to show you during this presentation. I mean, the IOTA Foundation is successfully working with and supporting regulators, governance bodies, and public institutions to be compliant with existing regulations and advise on future policy in the areas of data, security, and technology governance. The IOTA token is a unique digital asset that enables the transfer of value without relying on third parties or requiring transaction fees, consequently lowering economy-wide transaction costs considerably. This is the foundation for the creation of new business models and value chains in the economy, as well as opening up new avenues for financial inclusions across the globe. The token supply is fixed, not controlled by a single entity, and can never be changed. Ultimately, it is the goal of the IOTA Foundation to build a new public good, acting as an enabling technology for all kinds of digital and physical infrastructure, empowering people and businesses globally, increasing welfare, and improving public service. What we see here in the examples, one is the InsurSec. This is financed by the European Union. We are here together working with other companies, Europe, of course, Europe-wide, that are looking into securing the data transfer between marketplaces. So the European Digital Single Marketplace hopefully will be secured using our technology. This is, of course, research, and they are looking into it. We have also announced different partnerships with Trademark East Africa to bring supply chain transparency to trade infrastructure. And this is an international effort with the help of the IOTA Foundation. But again, it's a permissionless protocol. So really everyone can build this with or without our support. And this is really the beauty, and that pushes us forward in working with this technology. Another example is Jaguar and other companies where we co-create and co-developed framework, an open source framework called IOTA Access, to manage access to buildings, cars, and other things, where everyone can pick up this framework that is completely open source and again further their own business with these applications. Last but not least, in Japan they have the population that is getting older and older, and it's really difficult to find experts in different fields. And in this case, with the support of different companies in Japan and financed by NEDO, we are supporting the creation of the first ever maintenance system with AI and advanced data storage. So it's not only a vision that we as the IOTA Foundation have. We have started with developing the protocol in 2015. And now after 5 years, we have seen that more and more companies are grasping how important this will be for them as new to create new business models, but also for the people and for the security of our networks and systems like artificial intelligence driven systems, where decisions will be taken based on distributed information from IoT devices. So I would like to thank you very much for the time. If there are any questions, otherwise I'm here in Bolzano. So if there are any companies here in South Tyrol that would like to get in touch, please, we can meet after the restrictions or online as we're doing right now. And I'm open for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonio. One question we have is, are you optimistic on the future evolution of IoT producers using the IOTA open source protocols? What do you think about this?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have one famous company that's ST Microelectronics, and here I always tell this story with a smile on the face, because in 2019 we hold what we call the SumSum, the Summer Summit, where the whole IOTA Foundation, we are a distributed company. We work from 25 different countries in the world. We met and we meet in one place. And at that summit, ST Microelectronics came to us and showed us what they have built with IOTA. And ST is one of the big companies that is working on that, and they have on their platform different libraries that make it possible to use their microcontrollers. So absolutely, it is on the way, and they are the first, and I hope that others will follow.
Mm. Well, that's a very good news.
Yes.
All right. So I would say we stop here. Thank you, Antonio, for presenting. We of course hope to see you next year here physically on the SFScon. And so we already came to the end of this afternoon. We will close this afternoon of this first day of the SFScon here on Friday, also in this track. We do remind you tomorrow, 9 o'clock, coming back by streaming. So we have a couple of other speakers, very interesting presentation, so join in. And one more information, all these tracks have been registered, so within 1 or 2 weeks they should be online, so you can watch everything online again. If you missed some talks or something, or you didn't have time for a specific talk or whatever, just try to see on the SFScon in a couple of days, 2 weeks, so then you find everything registered. Okay, thank you very much for watching us, and we say good evening. See you tomorrow here. Thank you very much.